secure whatever this mysterious item of great value should be. Oh, that's your briefing. You'll be starting off in the locations designated by Peter, but those are roughly around that town, as I understand. And your objective is to cover those heights. Now, the direction of enemy approach, I believe, is expected to be from the north or the west, also possibly from the east, but not from the south. So you have two different directions that you need to keep looking. And are there any questions?
You're breaking up, but I got most of that. Do we have any information on the relative formation size? And also,
No.
Alfred is asking if there's any free command slots.
No, I don't think there are any more.
Sorry, I missed that.
Wow. Gosh, let me switch over my audio. Let me see if this is a connectivity problem or audio.
To answer your question, I think if there is going to be a command slot we can make available, it'll probably be on the other side.
I'm just pointing to Alfred because I see him there where I grab the module. We have a new player.
Testing.
Sounding clear.
Okay, I don't have.
So what?
I'm not hearing.
Okay, so the actual scenario question, do we know about?
Okay, that's good.
Is the enemy side believed to be the same size?
I'm muted on there.
It's believed to be somewhat of the same size.
No, I don't want to troubleshoot those problems.
Do we not know?
I want to open my sound settings. Sound.
Are we expecting them to approach as one cohesive force, or?
I guess you're going to make me do this.
You're understanding that the majority of their force is based around Seedorf. You've not had any reports of where else they may be coming from, but this is an enemy. They're going to be trying some shenanigans, so they could be coming from the east or the west as well. So we can hear you, Marshall.
We can hear you, Marshall.
Yeah, and is this any better, or do we have the same audio issues as before?
This sounds a lot better.
Yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like it could be a hardware issue, which is okay. I mean, I can survive a hardware issue.
Yeah, this one sounds fine.
Given this is a red versus blue rather than a particular historical context, what sort of military should we assume we have? Is this, like, I noticed some of these talk about continental militia. Are we looking at a AWI style military? Are we looking at?
I think we are. So the infantry can do pretty much anything that Napoleonic infantry can do. So they can form square, column, line, assault columns, that kind of a thing. The cavalry is not heavy cavalry. It's probably consider it more to be like hussars or dragoons, those kind of forces. So
they will want to fight mounted, usually in melee, versus like Civil War stuff where they'll dismount and shoot.
That's correct. Yeah, they're going to stay mounted. So let's consider them more like hussars in that case.
Okay, those are the questions I have. Sergey wants to know about our composition, but are you going to tell us more about our strength when we know which?
It's kind of up to you. So you can pick and choose. We've got 5 infantry regiments that are available. We've got 1 artillery battalion, and you've got 2 cavalry regiments as well. So I think you've got 5 players. So you can essentially try to can pick whatever you want from that, and then we will allocate you the text channel based upon whatever force you decide to go for. So you could go cavalry heavy, or you could go without cavalry. It's entirely up to you. But I'm gonna, if it's okay, because obviously I've got to go ahead and speak to the red forces as well. So if you guys can have a think about what forces you want to have, and maybe where you want to be as well.
Before you go,
yes.
I know that we're based around Rossmount. What do you mean? Where do we go around?
you've got some options. You can be what should we say? You can actually be up at that location that Marshall indicated, the castle there. So, and then the high ground near that castle. You can be at the Land Hohi as well. You can be at that building behind there, and then obviously the high ground around the town you can be at as well.
Given that that is an object, the description is an object, is it something that we can move with a wagon train or something, or no, it definitely has to be in that objective until the king shows up?
I think for the purpose of this scenario, let's say it's in a locked room that only the king or his retainer has access to. So, yeah, it's
Fixed location. Got it.
it's at a fixed location. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry for asking the question. If anyone else is
No,
asking.
it's good. Yeah, hopefully Marshall's actually popped across to the other guys, so hopefully he's filling them in as well. So I'm going to jump over there, and then I'll come back and get an understanding of where you'd like to be, and all that kind of thing.
Okay, so I didn't really hear what Marshall said, but from which direction is the enemy coming?
Anything but south, I think is what he said.
And then he filled in that he thinks that the enemy's based around Seedorf. So we believe they're based around Seedorf, nearly to the north. But they could go from anywhere.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Jay, your first post was to general, so that all sides can see now you're DMing me. You're asking me. We are around, so, hang on, we do have a shared chat, do we? Let me abuse my powers of stuff. Let me give you guys all blue Saturday rolls so we have a shared texture. Okay, so now we should be able to see something called, if there isn't a blue discussion, we'll add a blue discussion chat. Here. Okay, we now have a blue discussion chat. So from the briefing, what I understand the main areas to be these.
Yeah, that's what I understood too.
Yeah, pretty much. And also, where do we have to retrieve the item from?
So
The
we-
castle?
From the castle in the middle.
It
Yeah,
seems like
we
we're
can't
rather statically defending the item.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't retrieve it, so the yellow circle is where the item is. We're based across now, but Peter says we can deploy forward, so we can deploy up to around the objective and that's fine. So you don't have to start with a sprint.
So,
That's the castle. So I think, I mean, we don't know where they're coming from, but if we can, if we're taking artillery, we could put artillery on the hill 1, 2, 7. And
Yeah.
literally be able to range towards the town from the start.
I mean, we've got quite a ridge line here. It looks like just along that is a pretty good, whether he's coming from the northeast or west, I think you have pretty good line of sight to everything from at some point on there. So
Now we've got blue, so there's second class, fourth class, second class. There's 3 units. If we assume second class is better than fourth class, which I don't know, but the fourth class are both listed as militia, we could take 3 units of second class infantry, a unit of artillery, and cavalry.
Sounds decent to me.
If there isn't a reason to take fourth class, then that would, Sergio's suggesting there's a reason maybe we don't need cavalry, but I mean Sergio was also interested. I don't know, I think there's an argument for not being like yes we defend, but cavalry would be useful in peeling away their cavalry fleet. Because if we only have 2 arms and they have 3 arms, they can try and force square even though they're not harassing.
Yeah.
We can also reinforce, you know, places that are in need and further away a lot quicker with cavalry.
And we can keep them honest if they try and throw all their troops forward or part us with artillery. We go, okay, we can menace your artillery, you've got to pull something back to guard.
Right.
They haven't said that the side commander can't get a unit of their own. So maybe we try and assume that we can all have 5 of us who can all bring a unit, and one of us is also the commander.
I think we should have a mobile defense, like with cavalry, because if we just stay at the castle, or like near the castle defending it, I think we let the enemy have the initiative, and they could just decide when to attack us and where. But we just always react to their actions, which I would not recommend doing.
You want to chase them off rather than actually defend. That's pretty cool.
And if they start moving off, then we can drive them off, keep them running.
Yeah.
And they'll come back at us.
That's what I was planning.
Hello, gentlemen. How's it going?
Good.
We have a broad plan of operations. There are broad concepts. The only thing we don't have is commanders.
Okay, yeah, you'll have to sort that out and elect yourselves a commander.
Marshal, is there a function difference between second class and fourth class? Is second class simply better in every way, or is?
Oh no, there's no
Is there a reason?
difference. No, these are the labels on the pieces. They should, they probably should have been wiped. I don't think we thought about it. Just ignore it. Ignore all of that.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay,
So
wagon will not be the information. Got it.
if I had thought about this, I would have had those deleted. Yeah, because these are not second or fourth or anything. These are just infantry.
Okay.
So you can
Is
assume
there
they're all
a-
of equal capability and quality.
Okay, with 5 of us here, can we choose 5 units, or does one of us need to be purely commander, or can they have a unit as well as the commander?
You can divide up however you prefer, but remember you're like lower level commanders, right? So you're going to be commanding these individual formations. So
So the senior person
if you sense
can have a
something,
unit as well.
yeah, if
What
you
is that?
sense something way off somewhere, it's going to be really hard for you to command.
You know, not what I was asking. Just in terms of we need a side commander. Do they also get to bring a unit in, or do we have to only pick 4?
Yeah, they can have a unit. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay. Well then, I'm gonna nominate Sam as our side commander because I don't think he has a solid plan. I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
I'm happy for anyone to command, but no one's nominating themselves.
Yeah, I vote Sam for leader.
Okay.
I don't know any of you, so I'll just go along with what the group says.
Sam, are you going to accept our application, or are you going to try and abstain?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
That's the sort of enthusiasm we like to hear. Okay. So,
Okay, so
From your-
I'm seeing that Sergey is proposing something opposite from what I said?
He's suggesting a fairly tight defense. We can have a fairly tight defense and just, but then, yeah, we can have a tight reserve defense, but we know roughly where we expect him to come from. So I think we can have a good defense facing that direction and move as the enemy's movements. If they move around the other side instead of coming straight at us, we can move to that direction. Sam, what do you want in terms of a force composition? 3 infantry, cavalry, artillery, or something else?
Are we? Can we decide our composition or?
Yep.
And how many units are we allowed to take?
5 units, because we have 5 players, and that can be chosen from up to 1 artillery, up to 1 cavalry, up to 5 infantry. A total of 5 units.
Are we playing a Napoleonic or?
Yes, I asked that one. He says yes. We can assume everyone has Napoleon capabilities.
Just to make sure, since and the artillery wouldn't be so good, I think.
True, but the artillery would also let us poke them at a range.
Yeah.
And I don't mind commanding artillery if you guys want more effective command. So I'd just sit at a point and shoot, and then if the enemy comes at me, my crews will flee and hide in the castle until they go away again.
Can we put the guns on the wall?
Maybe if we mount them there, then that'd be hilarious. They try and charge. Oh, hey, look, we've got
Yeah.
a grape shot. Have a nice day.
So I would suggest 2 infantry, 2 cavalry, and 1 artillery.
Let's see if they'll let us do 2 cavalry. 1 artillery. Okay, and what would everyone like to command individually?
Can I go for infantry?
Surgery doesn't seem to agree with the plan. Though,
When ultimately it comes down to what people are going to command.
Yeah.
If we don't have 2 cavalry commanders, then we'll just have.
But I think 2 cavalry commanders would be good if we were to be aggressive. I mean, I don't think them attacking would expect us to mount an attack ourselves and be aggressive.
Right.
So I mean, I think that would catch them on the back foot immediately. That's why I'm kind of with Sam on this one, that we should chase them off rather than be static.
Yeah, if we still let us take 2 cavalry, then
Yeah.
I think we can receive the attack and take them in detail with cavalry. But if with that build, it's like
we do have a very
we
good
have-
defensive
we have a
position.
good,
I agree.
we have a good defensive position, and then what we physically have will shape how we handle.
It's time to decide what you all want to be when you grow up. Who's gonna do what?
I'm an astronaut.
All right, there you go. Just zoom out as far as you can, and don't
Right,
zoom
bye,
in.
guy.
Just use space lasers against the enemy attack.
All right.
Okay, so Anadai and Sergei are picking infantry.
No, I was gonna do cavalry if we're gonna do that.
Yep.
Okay, who's in command?
Sam Miller.
Okay, Sam. I just wanna talk to Sam. Then Sam, who's got what?
I think Sergey. Oh, he wants infantry.
Okay, what infantry blocks you assigning to him? What does he get?
like to First Maryland.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Um,
So, and where's he going to set up? Do you know?
I think we haven't decided on that yet. So
Oh, okay. All right. I'll give you guys about 5 more minutes to sort out who's going to command what and where they're going to start, and then I'll come back to Sam. So I'm just talking to one person to get all of those dispositions. Okay.
Marshall, one
Yeah. Go
question.
ahead.
I'm sorry, real quick.
Sure. Sure.
We are picking 5 of the blue units to use and discarding the rest. Is that correct?
As I understand, yes.
Do we have the option, Marshall? Do we have the option to pick more than one unit of cavalry?
Yeah. I mean, you can. This is what you have available. You can pick and choose. You can take all supply wagons if you want. You
Okay.
won't last long, but you could. Yeah. You can
Okay, we
take
have the
all
option.
infantry.
So we're not restricted to the units in the module.
Yeah, you're restricted to what's here on the map.
Okay.
Well,
so
you know,
we can only
this
pick-
is
you mean- so we can only
yes.
pick one unit of cavalry, or we can pick 5 units of cavalry if we want to.
You can pick from the guys, the miniatures that are on the map.
I understand
Meaning
it's
you
you
can't-
pick 1
you
unit of artillery, 5 units of infantry, or 3 units of cavalry because there's 3 guys on horses and 1 guy with a cannon and 5 guys that
Right.
look like infantry. Okay.
Right. You cannot spawn new units. You can't spawn anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we've only got one block
So
of
we can
cav.
be- yeah, one block of
Yeah.
cavalry.
There's a cav and then there's a
Probably general road.
lieutenant and a general, but we don't know that those are lieutenants or generals because the names are supposed to be scrubbed off. So is this guy a cavalry guy or is this guy a commander?
That's a martial answer.
Right.
Which one? The guy on the white horse? That's an officer.
Okay, so those
Okay,
are both
so there's a
options.
max 1 unit of cavalry.
Okay. Yeah, and I think all these cavalry are the same. I think there's supposed to be like double. I don't know. It looks like there's 2 cavalry formations. There's
Yeah,
a
but
green
so-
one and a blue one. There's 2 cavalry formations, but
blue one
they're
is red. Isn't it? Sorry, the blue one is red and the green one is blue. So we're limited to our own. I assume.
all right. Let me fix this. And that might be. And Peter's the one who came out with the OOB. So if there is, but I see 2 cavalry formations here.
Okay.
We're looking at
I'll-
different
I'm
things
gonna
then.
play AFK for a second, but it looks to me like we only have one.
So we are just restricted to the units that are already on the map.
I'm sorry, Sam. What was the question?
He asked if we were. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So are we just restricted to the units that are available on the map?
Yes.
Can't clone them. So if we wanted, for example, 2 cavalry units.
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I'm gonna ask Peter if these. I'm pretty sure these are 2 different cavalry units, but they look small. Like these should be combined into 1 cavalry unit. I don't know why one's on green and one's on blue. But that might be the case. Let me take a look at the opposing cavalry. No, it seems to be right. All right. So. All right, yeah, you guys can take one of those 2 cavalry. You can take both cavalry under 2 different commanders. You can take the infantry blocks. You can take the artillery. The wagons will probably give you for free for supply purposes. All right, now I'll be back to check in.
Okay. All right. So who's doing what and where are we going?
So if that's the case, I think we will just take 1 cavalry, 1 artillery, and 3 infantry.
Okay. I'm happy to be the cavalry unless someone else wants it.
You can take the cav.
Cool.
Where are we? Sorry, I just skipped away from.
We spent some time talking about who was allowed to be what, and we're doing 3 infantry, 1 artillery, and 1 cavalry.
All right, and someone has taken cavalry, I gather.
Anna has taken cavalry.
Unless someone else wants it, I'm happy to see someone else do. Cool.
Is anyone taking artillery?
You can take it, Justin. You mentioned it
Sure,
earlier.
I'll take the guns. Yep, I'm happy taking guns.
Cool.
If you want to take infantry, Justin, I can take the artillery since I'm the CAC,
Okay, I'll take infantry then. Yep.
so that you have a little bit of action.
Yep.
All right. Let's. Do we got it squared away yet?
Yeah.
Okay, Sam. Who's got what and where?
Oh, where? Like,
Sam, just deploy us where you want. You
Yeah.
know the plan. You know our commands. Put us
Yeah.
where you need us to be. We'll take from there.
So, Arnoday is taking the Taylorston Dragoons, first class. Will we start?
The blue or the green? Is he
green.
taking the green
Green
one?
cavalry.
Okay.
Best.
Let me change the name on it now. So this is going to be Anodai. Okay. And do you know have a start location for him?
Yeah, like, Devisen, like north of, Gut, Hohenhof. It's near Seedorf, but a little bit to the south of it.
What location again?
Devisen.
Devisen. I'm looking for it. I don't see it.
The woods?
Oh, I see it. Okay, so the cavalry's there, and it's just in the woods. Is it on the road or where at?
On the road, because I wanted to scout ahead.
Okay, we'll put him there. All right. Okay, next formation.
The next one will be to Continental Artillery.
Okay.
This will be led by me.
Okay.
It will be set up as at Gut Hohenhof.
Okay.
And next comes to First Maryland. They will be led by Sergey.
And do you know where they will be?
In the Wörschlichhaus, like it's west to the.
And it's are you on the reverse slope on the back side? Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
like to that house.
Okay. Next.
Next will be First Elroy. They will be led by Dustin, and they will be also at Gut Hohenhof.
Okay.
And
Alright,
lastly, to Fifth Maryland. They will be led by Dave, and they will
Okay.
be also at like the house where Sergey is.
All right. Perfect.
And do I also
Okay.
have to give like where our supply wagons are, or?
I'll don't worry about the supply wagons. I'll farm those out.
Okay.
We'll just we'll deal with that later. Okay. Good job. Thank you, gentlemen. Go ahead and move into respective channels, and we'll assign your channel permission.
What house are we at? I can't see it on the map.
It's
This house to the southwest of Hornoff.
Southwest.
In fact,
Oh,
Justin or Dave, do either of you guys have the ability to set up permissions?
Justin does.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Sure.
Perfect. All right. Look here. First Delaware. Look, you actually already have your OB in there. Yeah. I might have to have Peter correct this. But it looks like it's not too far off. Alright, thanks guys.
Okay, so for the plan, so since the enemy can also come from the north, we want the cavalry to scout there a little bit to make sure, to determine where they are coming from, so that we can concentrate on one side.
Okay.
So if you don't find any enemies, just come back, because then probably we know that they are coming from the west. And the reason why I'm splitting up our forces is because I want like 2 strong points, kinda, so that if they attack, they are not directly at the house, so that we can get them off a little bit further from the house, so that we still have some space to retreat, because we have the you have any questions?
You want me to scout the Seldorf or Seedorf? Is that it?
Yeah,
Road. Okay.
that area.
Am I correct that your guns will be staying in the grounds of the Good Hornoff and you'd like me to mostly defend it as well?
Yes. But are the pieces actually like that so little, or are they bigger? Because
I'm assuming that the size as it should be. I'm not going to size anything up, but if I'm looking at the channels, which everyone should have access to now, like your battery has, it looks like you have 3 guns and 3 nukes. So I'm going to replicate your guns 3 times. I can see all the channels, I'm sorry. I'm not going to look at any of the channels off the start, but you all have access to what your strength is. Is it 6 guns or 3 guns? It was actually 6 guns actually. So I'm just replicating the bases.
Where are these channels?
You should have access to your channels now. Blue. Have I not given you yours? Hey, blue. No, I might have only not given you yours. And sorry, thank you for calling that. Better?
Blue Tarl Green. Yeah. Thanks.
Hello.
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 Hello, Alfred.
Hello. I finally am joining the Steam.
Fantastic. Sam, if you had one more unit, who do you want?
Okay, you guys have Alfred here, so go ahead and choose a command, Alfred, and we'll get you going.
I'll choose an infantry.
Probably take Rutherford's North Carolina militia. We're gonna rename it as Alfred because these are not actually American and British, whatever. Where do you want this formation to be, Sam? I'm gonna park them in Grossmouth for the moment, and then you guys can change the position.
Marshall.
I have a question.
Okay.
Are the pieces like that big? Like that little on the?
Yes. Yes, they're scaled.
Oh.
Let me get the ruler and check them. Actually, they look like, yeah, that's about right. Should be 6 to, yep, they are scaled correctly.
Wait. Can I place them at Kriegsspiel? Near the river? To the west?
Yes.
Yeah, then I would like to put them there.
Oh, hang on. I think there's another. Is that another unit there? I don't know. What is that? I'll have to talk to Peter, but I think yes, you can place them there.
Okay.
Okay. All right, go ahead and get your channels and go ahead and move into your voice channels. We'll be starting directly. Now, one thing, this is something that hasn't been explained to anyone. The turns are going to be very short. I don't know if we're going to do 2 or 5 minute turns, but there's a special rule here. You're only going to have about 30 seconds to give your orders. You're going to give a quick order. You're going to have only 30 seconds, and then that's it. And if you don't have an order within that time, we simply bounce out of the channel and you don't give an order. In addition, some of you might not even be given the opportunity to give an order. If you're heavily engaged or something, you'll be very limited in the orders you can give. You won't be able to give a very detailed order. Once you're engaged, you're basically just going to say, charge, hold, continue to fire, retreat, whatever. You're not going to be able to, branch off units, clear over here, or do any of the things that you normally try to do and get away with. You're going to be quite constrained and limited, and the victory is going to go to the team who coordinates between their forces better.
Speaking of coordinating, how are you doing couriers?
Well, we'll run a courier down if you want to send a note to somebody, but that's going to take all of your. That's
right
yeah.
Right in channel or tell you in channel, or are we using the box or what you want to do?
No, go ahead and just write in channel, and we'll handle it.
Okay.
We'll move it.
And,
okay.
And we should replicate the number of blocks that our channel says we have in our OB.
Yes. Okay.
So, for example, I have the number of 3 blocks. I've got the number of wagons. I've got the number of commander in my channel's position.
All right. Perfect. All right. Yep. That's fine. Okay. Good luck.
The artillery can't fire from the castle. I think that's what Sam wants to do.
Yeah, the castle is walled in, and it's even drawn on the map that it is. Now he can position it on the crest of that hill.
But not from inside the castle. Okay.
Yeah, he can, to the left of it, he can do that. Or there's another hill to the upper right, to the northeast. Hill 137, he can post him there wherever he wants. But yeah, that's what you guys are doing.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, to be clear with your positioning, go ahead and post a screenshot of what you expect your initial position to be so we can tweak your positioning. So start by just posting that in your respective channels, and then we'll go from there. Okay? All right, good luck. We're going to begin, so go ahead and split up, and good luck.
We just jump in whichever channel.
No, jump in the correct channel for you.
Well, it doesn't actually say the channels don't say blue 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can go to the number of channels that we think we are, but until 13 channels, it doesn't tell us.
Jumping into Blue 4 as I'm the 4th Maryland, that makes kind of sense, doesn't it? Well, it's confusing because Justin was replicating stands, and the picture of the order of battle says we've got that, and we're starting at this house. Let's just be cheeky and double check. Yeah, so that's okay. Yeah, Sergey is with us. That's Sergey. And he's got his 2 right there. Boom. Owens. Let's have a look. Yeah, Owens has got 5 as well. Two, three. So he looks like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom, like that. All nice and neat. And then for funsies, let's go. Is it Rutherford? No. Owens. One, two, three, 4, 5 as well. So, oh, this thing is sticky for some reason. Don't know what I've done. It's too late now. But so yeah, the cavalry's over here. 4, like that. And that's what it looks like, I suppose. And then you've got the artillery with 6 guns. Yes, it's pinging. It's weird. Everything wants to get stick and stucky. Might just reload the module actually. So yeah, with something like that. By the looks of things, that makes sense. And 4th Mary, there we go. So yeah, and then we'll see what British turn up. It's quite good that we've been selected as the Marylands. We're gonna imagine that they're boys from Germantown and Gaithersburg, which is the area where Mrs. Pumphouse is from. So, yeah, our little Gaithersburg people. I wonder where they were originally. So let's actually have a butcher's. See if we can find out. They were from Baltimore. Okay. Nice. What about the 5th? Let's have a look. Oh, they were down near Queen Anne's County. Queen Anne's County boys and Baltimore. Nice. I wonder where the 1st Maryland were from. Let's have a look. Sergei is commanding. Small woods. They were from... Ah. Annapolis and... Okay, Annapolis. Okay, cool. So it says Wikipedia, so we'll trust that and get on with the show. Hopefully we've got that right, and yeah, it's looking something like that. But I'm wondering why it's sticky like it is. It's weird. I don't like it. It's like snap, drag selectable. Drag selection, no. Sticky, no. Measure movement, no. That's why. Because they, oh. Yeah, what's up with that auto click? Measure movement. Excellent, that's better. Oh, can't stand that measure movement bullshit. There you go. Ooh. Actually, make sure these are off as well. Oh, they are off. Good. Good. Good stuff. Ooh. So yeah, welcome everybody to the show. Took a while to set up. We're only an hour in. It's fine. Sometimes these games do take a while to get together. I wonder if the British are having as much trouble as we were trying to grasp at the instructions. But that's like every game though, isn't it? You kind of always have to spend 15 to 20 minutes going, hang on, how do we play this one? Oh. But yes, we're going to be invading Gold Beach tonight on Saturday Night Fights. I look forward to it. It's been a while since we did Saturday Night Fights. Oh. Just gotta sit patiently and long out a bit. I had too much weed earlier. if anything's come through. No. I wonder what Alfred was. Who knows?
Dave,
Hey, Marshall.
are you on the right side or the left side of that? Because I got Sergey and Dave together.
I
Which one are
thought
you?
I thought to myself I'd be on the left side. I mean, that's just the way I set it up.
Okay, I'll put you on the left side,
Cool.
and we'll put him on the right side. And you're both basically occupying that crossroads in that little complex there, right?
Yeah, that's what's been described to me at least. That's what I interpreted.
Okay, good luck.
Cool. Right, so that's all good. Just got to text Mrs. Pumphouse. Oh dear. Anything? No, just Marshall crossing the I's and crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Slava. Looks like someone new. But it's nice for people to help out. Yeah, hopefully this one's going to be a good one. Peter's designed it, so it's going to be good. Boom, boom, boom. Just anxious to get this party started. Sometimes it's not a great watch for you guys at home if I'm just sitting here just playing with my phone. I can appreciate that. Maybe I'll start the stream a little early. Maybe I'm just too stoned to talk. Maybe this Californian stuff comes in a nice noodle packet. It's pretty fucking strong. Whew. Considering we're at the back, I mean, I guess we just kind of got to wait for orders, you know. If we're on the other side of the hill, we really know nothing of what's going on. We have no idea of where troops are approaching. I presume we might be encamped. I don't know if we're in line or not. Or I guess we're in camp. It's pretty neat that we're now playing with miniatures, though. Yeah, you can do a little Kriegsspiel with miniatures. It's not unknown. Yeah, and it looks kind of cool doing it with miniatures. Yeah, just pretend they're like 6-inch figures. You can do it. Now you could just imagine like Waterloo or something. If you get the miniatures down to really, really diddy size. Yeah, it's the same, about the same size as they were. Yeah, they look really cool though. These guys, their little tashes. The dragoons. Huh. Pretty cool. Still no word yet. It's gonna come any time. It's making me anxious. Anxious for action. That's what part one of this stream is all about. Just anxious for action. I wonder if anything's come in on the orders. Nothing. Nothing yet. Marshall seems to be chatting to the cavalry. So yeah, I guess if they're coming from anywhere, they would be, yeah, coming from Seedorf. It's probably taking up most of the time. Yeah, I mean, if we're just kind of sitting here reading a book, we could do it. Maybe someone's coming in from Kipringer. I mean, if you were in Seedorf, maybe you would want to sneak someone around the back. Could be quite daring. But if they're coming straight through and the cavalry's in trouble, then could just be a full frontal assault. There's only way but up. Silence is golden. Oh, I mean, if we're trying to do this in real time and stuff, yeah, I'm just sitting at camp reading a book or something, just waiting for orders, waiting for action to happen. I'm sure it's going to be fast paced when something does go off, though. It is quite literally the calm before the storm. The serenity before things hit the fan. Ooh. I really should grab a book so we can read it all together, role play this shit properly. Ooh. I'm never quite sure whether you should grab a cup of tea or not, in case you miss something. Man. What is yet? Nothing. But something must be going on. Oh man. Maybe we should go chat with Sergey, considering we're supposed to be in the same place. Achilles, come back. Let's have something to talk about. Oh. Maybe I should. No, Jim's about. Maybe he might come on and say hello. Silence really is golden. My goodness. Let's have a look and see what's happening in the general channel. Still nothing in my in my Marys, in the old Maryland channel. I'm still waiting. May need to cut this one. May need to spend a little bit of time in the YouTube editing software, as good as it is, to cut out the deathly silences. Oh. It's all gonna kick off soon. I can feel it. Unless we've been forgotten about. Oh. It's the intensity of not knowing. Do 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 do. Really should read a book. Oh my goodness. I do have a few books. Tell you what, we'll read a cookbook. That's what we'll do. Cooking with Pump House. Maybe we could do that with Freddie Come Lightly once a week. This is not a sponsored stream, but Freddie Come Lightly's boss read a book. It's called Sicilia, A Love Letter to the Food of Sicily by Ben Tish. And it's by Bloomsbury Publishers. We've got a nice map of Sicily, and got some nice recipes here. Let's do. What's it say about the bread? Sicily has long held a stellar reputation for the quality of its bread and its bakers. The bread basket of Europe, some have claimed. Well, did they say that about Sicily? The bread basket of Europe? I kind of thought. Maybe the Ukraine at the moment was the bread basket because it makes a lot of wheat, but sure. Despite famine and plague over the past centuries, the island now profoundly celebrates its love affair with wheat through a resurgence in the growth of wonderful artisan bakers celebrating and rediscovering the ancient varieties of wheat. Nice. At last count, there were estimated to be over 50 varieties of wheat being grown across Sicily. Oh, that's pretty good. Good for them. These different wheats, which are grown inland all over the island, are baked into breads. Yeah, yada yada yada. Nice one. Got some nice, some really nice recipes. Like you got focaccia, falda, fig and fennel bread. Fucking hell, man! Count me in. Sounds fucking amazing. An aromatic, sweet, savoury bread that's quick and easy to make. I like to serve this lightly grilled spread with ricotta and drizzled with honey for a delicious breakfast. Yeah. Too right, mate. Oh, it's funny. Page 24. The plate that they used for the book. Freddie come lightly nicked him. Oh, that's enough of that. Fucking hell. Oh. Actually, no, I gotta keep reading. I gotta see what other plates they used in this book that come lightly nicked. Fucking hell. What else we got? Sicilian brioche. I'd heard about this sweet brioche breakfast sandwiches grilled with gelato and or granata before I had ever set foot in Sicily. Okay, nice. Cool. Oh man, we're gonna have to do it. Sicilian sausage bread with fennel seeds. Sausage bread. Okay, now these Sicilians know how to live. Sausage bread. Nice one. Empanata casanete. Sweet. Svincoin, whatever that is. Sicilian style sweetbread with grapes. Oh man, that looks awesome. Fucking hell. Look at that. Look at that. It's like spotted dick, but Sicilian style. Sicilian lemon and orange sweetbreads. Nice. What's it got? Just 400 grams of flour, caster sugar, flaked almonds, and cranberries. Oh man, count me in. Count me in. I'm gonna have to make that tomorrow. Okay, got fried olives, sardine fritters, fried asparagus.
Hey, Dave, how's it going?
I'm good, Marshall. I'm just reading through a Sicilian cookbook at the moment while in camp.
Nice. All right, you hear some firing to your distant left.
To my distant left. Interesting.
Yes, you have 30 seconds.
Well, I'm just gonna wake up the men out of their tents and say, to arms, I guess.
Very well, they'll begin forming up. You got it. Thanks.
No worries, man. So yeah, cool. So we'll continue on reading through the Sicilian cookbook as our men grab their muskets. Pennell. What's that all about? Pennell are one of the oldest and most popular of Palermo's street foods. This delicious flat fried chickpea flour cakes are Arabic in origin Wow, chickpea cake. Hummus cake. With fennel seed. They love their fennel seeds. And spinach, by the looks of things. Cooked to the same way since the Middle Ages. They are wonderful when seasoned well and eaten fresh from the fryer. With surprising flavour from the gram flour. Okay, cool. Nice. Spaghetti fritters. Oh man, really? Parmesan sauce. Spaghetti fritters. Interesting. Fried squid. Cool. Oh man. I'm going to have to save this one for Mrs. Pump House. She's going to have a field day cooking half of this. Crispy courgette flowers. Courgette flowers? Saffron arancini, spiced lamb arancini. Nice. Tips on making and cooking pasta. Okay. Wow. Okay, there's a lot of pasta. Yeah, we can skip the pasta dishes. Once you've had pasta, you've had it all. Okay. Bruschetta is on page 122. Why was that not with the bread? Can anyone tell me? Sweet and sour peppers. Frittella. Nice. Oh, we've got that plate as well. Watermelon, chicory and salty pecorino salad. A chicory salad with watermelon. Nice. Hey Sergey, how's things? Yeah, we're co-locators, but I thought you were on the other side of camp, and as we're kind of I was told 5 minutes ago that there was firing to the left of us in the distance, and that's about it. What am I planning? Well, I mean, were you told that you heard it, or not? Okay. I tell you what. You write a message to Sam and tell him we've got stuff going on to our left, our far left, probably coming from Kickbringen, and then I guess he'll decide which one of us he wants to take. Are you having fun in D-Day so far? Oh, and second question. Did you catch where Alfred was supposed to be? No. No. Yeah, same here. Oh well. I tell you what though, Sergey, I mean, I guess if we've got gunfire to our left, I'm going to presume that Alfred is down near Kippringen. I'm not going to move unless ordered to do so by Sam. So, but did you write that note to Sam? Because he might. Yeah, excellent, cool, thanks, man. But yeah, we'll let Sam decide which one of us he wants to send to assist. Yeah, because we don't want to do anything without orders. So you're enjoying D-Day so far? good. Yeah, I suppose so. But if we land together on D-Day and just drive around in a Jeep all day, it'll be quite fun. But yeah, with regards to the initiative, yeah, I suppose so. But we don't know what else is going on, and we don't want to just do stuff without commanding. Yeah, it's got to be a well-oiled machine, and he's at the top. And I guess when he tells us to attack, we'll attack. Since there's nothing around us just to move out. Yeah, but I mean, where to? I mean, we don't. I mean, other than the gunfire to the left. Yeah. Well, thing is, we don't know where Sam would want to mount an offensive, right? If we're, or to concentrate the defense. So, I mean, whilst you're right, I don't want to catch him on the back foot if one of us goes without orders. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll see. Maybe not wait too long. I mean, but yeah, things can get rather chaotic quite quick, I suppose. Sergey, are you in the Chancellorsville one as well? Ah, okay. That one's quite fun. Began before you joined. When did you join? Only 3 months? No, I thought you've been around since at least November. Surely. I thought you had been around for longer than that, man. Fuck. Well, it's just nice to. No, I thought, I mean, I thought you were involved in a lot more stuff than that, but I guess that. Yeah, I could have sworn you'd been around for longer than that. But yeah, growing accustomed is probably a nice way to describe it. Tell you what we'll do. Copy and paste. Four. There go, that'll do. Name this one Alfred. Nice. So, Sergey, anything else planned for the weekend? Anything fun?
Hello.
Oh,
Sergey? So, are you there, Sergey?
he was. Although he doesn't have a mic, so
Oh, okay.
yeah, he's
All right,
here.
well,
He
if
says
you-
he's here.
If you can hear, that's great. Basically, he's got orders to move out the road to the west to help his forces that are engaged there. So, I'm in his channel. Okay, he follows his order. Gotcha. All right.
Oh no, Sergey, you were picked instead of me. Well, I guess if you're moving out, I'll move back into Blue 3, man. Take it easy. So that was Sergey out. As he goes marching off. And yeah, so he's going down the line. So he's off like that. So I'll tell you what we'll do. I don't know how long these things are going to go, but we'll say all of these men are in column like that, and off they go to help out good old Alfred on the left, out west. And he's taking his wagons with him. Well, we're here sat in camp in Werthlausger Longenhill. Maybe we can go back to reading the cookbook. Right. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, bum. Where were we? Oh, hello. Rice Timbardo. Holy shit. Oh man. Yeah, I'm going to tell this podcast about that. She's like, what are you up to now? I'm like, playing a Kriegsspiel and reading the Sicilian cookbook. We need to make the cakes. So, we got pasta braised with kale, tomato cruda, and pecorino. Now this is the pasta still. Baked squash, alright. Stuffed and baked tomatoes, fried spinach, courgette, and lemon cakes. Spinach and courgette cakes. Alright. Fish. Anchovies and pickled shallots. Mackerel crudo. Sea bass crudo. Red prawns in orange and thyme. Clams. Grilled squid. Stuffed sardines. With anchovies, sultanas, almonds, and lemons. Squid again. Squid with salsa verde. Oof. Baked cod. Courgettes, rosemary marsala, and brown crab. Fish with tomatoes and pumpkin. Ooh. Nice. Ooh. Do 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 do. So we definitely know it's coming around here. I wonder if stuff is coming through the middle as well. We've got to be that capable reserve after supporting Sam's idea of an attack. This will be fun to see on the IKS channel, I think. I wonder what's going on. This one will be fun to watch after all that's said and done. I think I might do that over dinner. Yeah, put it on 1.5 speed or something, and then see what goes on then. Two hours of streaming. Just sit in a camp. We should do this outside in the garden, maybe. Not that I think the fucking Wi-Fi will go that far. Fucking hell. I have to get like one of those 30-meter Ethernet cables from Amazon. Connect it up and go sit in the garden. No, it's just got no orders coming in. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. Just sitting here. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Whew. I wonder if Sergei's gotten to Alfred yet. I guess he probably has, so we can maybe set him up like that. Go to 4 and put him over there with his little wagons. He should be there by now. But we're just sitting, waiting for crunch time. It's probably like, yeah, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Maybe. Wonder how the cavalry's doing. He's probably having a good old fun time. But me, good old reservist pump house. Oh. I really would like that cup of tea, but I am too...
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Do you have any orders? Your men are formed.
I have no orders, so I'm just going to wait for Sam to direct me as he sees fit.
Okay, understood. All right, thank you.
So yeah, if the umpire comes back with any orders, I'll... Well, if the umpire comes back with anything soon, I might have to write a message to Sam. Actually, maybe I should write a message to Sam right now. I'll do it. You know what? From Pump House to Sam. Miller, because there's only one Sam Miller. Location. I'll tell him. Dear General, I am what should I say? I'm in camp? No, I'll just say the men are formed up. Ready for orders. At how do you spell it? Worth's house. Worth's house. H-A... Oh, no. Oh, no, get rid of that. House... Langen. Langen. How goes the situation? How goes the situation? There we go. That's what we'll ride him. Oh, hey.
Sorry. Hey, Dave. So, as the Sergei's infantry marches down the road past you there, you do definitely hear artillery engagement off to the west there, where he's marching towards.
Interesting. Okay. Well, what I did, I just wrote a quick note to Sam to say that we're formed up. What are his orders and how goes things?
All right. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just fill you in on what you're hearing at your position.
Thanks, man.
All right.
So yeah, just chilling, more chilling, and we'll maybe boil the kettle and make a quick cup of tea. And we're back. Hopefully we didn't miss anything with an umpire coming to say hello. But last turn, we wrote a letter to Sam, who's probably up here somewhere on this hill, saying, hey buddy, what do you want us to do? So we'll see. We'll see what he writes back. Hey Bill, how are things? Nice to see you, man. Sorry it's not Rule the Waves 2 today. It's supposed to be an action-packed tactical Kriegsspiel, but we've been held in reserve, so we've been sitting here doing nothing for 2 hours. Nothing but sitting here recovering from the few joints that we had earlier and eating yogurt. And reading from a Sicilian cookbook. So, yeah, we'll have to do a cooking with Pump House soon. Who knows? Yeah, we'll have to do it with Come Lightly. And then we'll have to get Mrs. Pump House involved as well. Glad to hear it, Bill. Glad to hear you're well. Yeah, sorry it's not Rule the Waves 2. We did mean to come back to it, but as it was the Jubilee weekends, we got dragged out to see the family. And yeah, it was a good night out and stuff, and good seeing good seeing family and that. But yeah, it took up a bit more time than I had anticipated. Ireland 3, Scotland 0. That's what we like to see. Nah. Scotland ain't bad. I just prefer them in the rugby than the football. Oh. Come on, you boys in green, huh? Nice. Well, we're in blue today. We're having some kind of mock Revolutionary War battle where we've been given these 4th/5th Maryland guys. They're from Annapolis in Maryland, apparently, and parts of Baltimore. And we're holding off some British assault as trying to hold this position here, but yeah, we've been stuck in reserve. Sergey and Alfred are out west. Big Sam Miller is up at the top of the hill being Commander-in-Chief. We did have some cavalry here two hours ago, although we don't know where it is or what it's doing. And then you got Justin up here with Big Sam, and yeah, we're just chilling. Have I ever seen that thing, Tales from the Tour Bus? Sounds like a dodgy porno to me, you know. what goes on store stays on tour slash in the tour bus. You know, what happens in the tour bus stays on the tour bus. Wasn't there a fucking Channel 4 show called like Tour Bus or something like that? Like reality TV where they all sat on a fucking bus going around Europe and they had to vote people off the bus. What a fucking show. Yeah, it was on like 10 years ago or something. I think it was called like The Trip, maybe. I think you'd have to be tripping if you took part in that show. And to be honest, you pretty much had to be tripping to watch it, which is probably why I remember it. But yeah, Jesus, what an odd show. But no, Tales from the Tour Bus? No, I don't know. Ugh. What bands have they got? Oh, Marshall's
Dave,
back.
Dave.
Hey, man.
Dave. All right, you've got 20 seconds left now because you made me wait. Now it's down to 10.
Hit me with it.
Time's up. Sam sends you an order to come up to the castle. What do you want to do?
I shall do that order forthwith. So I will just order the men up to the top of the hill. You know, just form a marching line, if you will, and just a marching column up the hill, and we'll go.
Perfect. Perfect. All right, you got it, man.
Thanks, man.
You got it. Good luck.
So there we go. Forming a nice marching column up to the top of the hill, like the good old Grand Duke of York. These men fall out. Start doing the conga. Oh, James Brown, cool. Country music stars I may not have heard of. No, probably not. Although, who's that guy who sings Tennessee Whiskey? Mrs. Pumphouse loves that fucking song. I think we're probably gonna play it as one of our songs for the wedding to dance to. I think it's on the playlist. It's a nice little melody actually. It's pretty good. Do, 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 do. So yeah, finally moving, finally on the move. Maybe by 7 o'clock we might see action. And then we'll cut this down to maybe a 20-minute video on YouTube. Country music stories have more gunshots than gangster rap Wow, really? I mean, I could probably imagine it, but so yeah, these guys are supposed to be Southern gentlemen. You know, they're not supposed to be. Although, you know, yeah, I mean, with all the gun culture down that way, I'm not surprised, but yeah. No, actually, is it on? It's on YouTube somewhere. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to. You have to watch it. How old's the show? Is it? I mean, if it's following Prince, it must be at least 15 years old. She wants pictures. She probably wants pictures of this bloody cake. Yeah. Let's have a look. Where was it? Yeah. There you go. Send that to her. Orange. Lemon sweetbread. Gotta cook it. Gotta make it a family favourite. No way. Really? Now I'm gonna have to watch it. I'm gonna have to. Me and Freddie Come Nightly are gonna have to watch it together. Holy shit. We've been meaning to find stuff to watch. We're on our second viewing of Somebody Feed Phil, and we're up to the last episode of the new season of that's on Netflix. That's something to really get you going when you're stoned. Yeah, all the stuff he eats, you really get the munchies. And we've also been watching that Invincible on Amazon as well. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's nice little twists and tales along the way. And I'm still wondering if Duncan Truss was ever going to come out with a second series of The Midnight Gospel, or whether it's just so genius you can't top it. Yeah, there's only one season of The Midnight Gospel. You can't outdo it.
All right, Dave. So your forces have started marching towards the castle.
Nice one.
Anything else?
No. Maybe just make sure that the supply wagons follow us up there. But
sure. Yeah, they'll come. Yeah.
Cool.
You do hear guns firing from the vicinity of the castle now, as well as the gunfire off to the west.
Nice one. Cool. Thanks,
so
man.
You're marching towards the new gunfire, basically.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yeah, I got it.
All right.
Thanks, man. So there's gunfire up the top of the hill. see if we can't search for some objects in some of the games that we've got. Now where was one with some smoke? Actually, we could probably have some cool effects coming in if we want some powder. Some like smoke and stuff. Says maybe some of these aren't loading. Yeah. Okay, well that's useless. We won't do that. That's not loading. Where are we? Boom, 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 boom. Try and find some smoke markers. Normally have them away somewhere. I wonder if that'll do. Nah, never mind about that. Powder smoke. Is that in there? No. No good. Wonder if the bag of smoke is going to be in here. There it is. That'll do. Got it. So we know they're firing. Oh. And we know that there's probably some artillery out here from the British. Because he said that there was cannon fire out west. And we know that they're fighting whatever's coming over from Kippringen. So that leaves our artillery, 2 infantry and the cav to do whatever. But yeah, I'm definitely going to have to watch that Tales from the Tour. Sounds pretty interesting. I'll have to let you know what I think. We might even stream tomorrow. Actually, we've got a battle on, which is very Last of the Mohicans-esque type of deal, as we're getting into the final couple of battles for the Last of the Mohicans campaign that we've been running. It kind of slowed down to a crawl near the end, partly due to my busyness, and kind of lost the traction, so to speak. But yeah, I'm getting through some of them, so hopefully we're going to have a battle tomorrow that we might try and stream. If not, we'll definitely record it as and when for a time to come out. Yeah, I've got a good few videos out of that. Got a good few battles of what was going on. It's certainly helped us build an interesting rule set that we forever want to add and change to, but the more we try and perfect it and change it, the more complicated it becomes. could well see action by 7. Going to be at the top of that hill by 7, I reckon. And then possibly by half 7 it'll be done, and we'll be maybe even by 8 o'clock. It's not often that these things go on for longer than 3.5 hours, but I think maybe it's just because of the amount of people. Definitely going to have to catch Marshall's stream once this is over, and I would encourage you to go over to the IKS and watch that there, and definitely give it a thumbs up and say hello to Marshall and the gang who are running this behind the scenes. Yes, Marshall, Peter, and this guy that pops in. I don't recognise Slava, whatever that says. I guess it means something to do with Ukraine. But yeah, good old Slava coming in. Oh. Any messages? No messages? Tell you what, probably want to start cloning some of these for, if they probably got the same amount of guys that we have. There's probably a regiment somewhere around the place. So I'll just stick that like that. And get rid of that measure movement bollocks. Because we'll probably be seeing them soon. Bearing in mind we are only Americans, so I don't know how good we'll hold. Yeah, it's that kind of thing in the Patriot where British regulars were more disciplined and probably a little bit better shots, very well trained. I wonder if and when we get into action we should just say just fire one volley and then give them the bayonet. See if that offers anything about the tactics of the day. Don't let them get off a second round. Yeah, we'll probably have to just scratch this off as a another waiting simulator. every open Saturday games so far, I've always been stuck at the back or stuck in reserve. Yeah, maybe due to my own choices, but I don't know. I yeah. What can I say? What can I say other than, you know, I'm told to go where I go and do as best as I can on the day, and someone's always got to be in reserve and at the back. So I've got great experience in being in reserve. Yeah, so it seems in these open Saturday games. Maybe I need to start to lead more. But you know, in the D-Day game, we are leading 30 core, and that's just starting off. We've had some good reports so far, but Sergey, our army commander, who's playing General Dempsey, is a bit twitchy. It's very twitchy. Wonder how we get on with that for the rest of the game. But yeah, it's just like, calm down. You're an army general. You don't need to be micromanaging. But yeah, that's really good because we got the biggest core in that one. It's an ahistorical D-Day situation where we're commanding no less than 5 British divisions. Very large core, lots to do, lots to manage, but we've tried to make it easy on ourselves and easy for our division commanders as well. We don't want to micromanage. You know, they've got their brigade commanders and stuff. It's over 90 people, so I've heard it's a big one. But yeah, so we don't want to make it overcomplicated for them. Just clear and precise enough orders over the 35 pages that we wrote for. No, it was clear and precise, but yeah, it was just kind of covering some of the major things and where they fit in. But yeah, so it's good. It's exciting stuff, and we'll be doing videos on that going forward as well. We've got one to edit that we recorded earlier today, as we're kind of getting to 5:30 in the morning. Oh, excuse me, 5:30 in the morning, and guys are just starting to land on the beach. Our army command already wants to know what's going on. It's just like, yeah, they've only landed on the beach, General. Give them a chance to report. I'm sure once we get to the top of the hill, it'll all start to kick off. But yeah, this was supposed to be more of a quick-fired, paced type of gig. But, you know, when you've got so many players, maybe it doesn't lend itself to all that much of a quick fire thing. I think you still need that kind of one player, one umpire type of deal. So hey Bill, if you've got Discord and you want to come into the IKS and be an umpire, by all means, join us. Join us, Bill. This way, I think I just might roll a joint and go out for another one. But yeah, with all the action going on around me, I don't know if I should. It's that kind of situation where I didn't know whether to boil a cup of tea or not and step away from the computer. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point there, Bill. Yeah, a lot of hurry up and waiting, and yeah, 2% action. So, like I said, join us in the final quarter of. Yeah, if you've got this far, and you're wondering, and you're watching this later and wondering why nothing's happened yet. Maybe just skip to the last 20 minutes. It's where the real stuff happens. It's where all this plot building starts to pay off. It's a form of meditation, this. Mrs. Pumphouse has made herself pancakes. Nice. Pancakes for brunch. If only. Do. I'm going to say we're probably more or less up here now. Probably. Check. Nope, nothing going on. But I guess we're about here by now. It's a long ass column. But actually, maybe the road being as it is, maybe it would be more like that. Yeah, if that's supposed to represent like a company. Or, yeah, four or five dudes per base, per figure. Could make them that makes sense, rather than that big old ass long train. There you go. Yeah, nothing telling us what we see, but I guess, you know, just scenery there and a forest there. I guess we wouldn't necessarily know what was going on that way at all, not until we get to the top. It's sure taking its time. Oh. Ooh. Maybe we should just really rise to the top. That would save time. Yeah, it would have been better to ride to the top and then ask us where he wants us. Rather than, you know, swanning up the hill with the rest of the men. Pretty lackadaisically. Ooh. It's riveting stuff. Wonder if Achilles is coming back soon, or whether he's just watching from the IKS channel. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be calling this one Hurry Up and Wait. Oh dear. Whew. Blimey. Do 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 do.
Dave, which chat channel are you in?
Which chat channel am I in? I am in Blue 3, I think. Yeah, Blue 3.
That's the. I mean the text channels.
Blue 4th, Mary.
Gotcha. I'm gonna give you a screenshot. You're gonna be arriving into the situation right now, so.
Cool.
I will give you a screenshot of what you're going to see as you're getting to the castle.
Probably not a lot. Oh shit.
That arrow on the southwest side of the map, that's where your column is going to be coming in.
Uh-huh. So
let me give you a minute here and
yeah.
look at that, and then I'll come back.
So what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I'll give you a minute to think it out.
Sure. And way out to the east there, that's enemy cavalry, right? No? Okay, oh, he's gone. Okay. So yeah, hopefully he comes back. But that's weird because it's kind of like... That must be our guns. And then... That must be our cav. But then is that me or... That must be Justin. Because I can't... That looks like cav. Was that... Okay, that must be infantry. That must be infantry. That must be infantry. But why are they... Why are they sitting in front of the guns like that? That's really weird. But I can't tell... Green... I mean... Is that the cav? Is that the cav back here? And then we've got the infantry back there? Like that?
Hello, Dave.
So just for clarification,
Yeah.
the guys in the bottom left of the picture, is that cavalry or is that infantry?
That's your own cavalry.
That-
That's your own cavalry.
That's our own cavalry. Okay, yeah. I was just trying to decipher. Yeah, because the picture's quite small, so I was like,
Right.
oh,
Well, anyway, you are arriving
yeah,
as this is all going on, so
sure,
basically, if you have any new orders, give them to me. Otherwise, you can go in the room with Sam and Adonai and discuss with them.
yeah, I
Because
shall
they're
do.
arriving right now.
Okay, I'll.
Your infantry's marching behind you, but you as the commander are arriving. So
Yeah, okay. Yeah, just have them.
so unless you have,
Just have them, yeah, march to the top and then stop, and I'm just gonna ride over to Sam.
all right. So go ahead and go to that blue one.
Hey fellas,
Hello.
how's it going?
Bad.
Bad?
Like we are outnumbered.
Outnumbered. Okay.
But
What? So my guys are coming up the hill. Where would you like us?
like facing north of the castle. I want because I'm sending into cavalry right now. We force the infantry in front of us to front square, and then they get shot by the artillery. And then I wanted to send you in, but since we are not deployed right now, we're still going to do it because they are chatting with Justin.
Sure. So you just want me facing north?
Yes, and immediately attack. Because we have no time to spare.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, that's basically.
Well,
We have Justin.
But I didn't receive any news from the rest.
last time I heard, they had a bit of cannon fire coming out from the west.
Yeah, me too. So I had sent Sergey.
Yeah, because me and Sergey were co-located. So yeah, when he left, I was like, oh, okay, I'm still here. What would you like me to do?
So we are outnumbered up here, but I think we're definitely in a better defensive position, and we can also probably we're probably in a very good position to focus all of our efforts against one enemy at a time. So like this infantry charging up the hill is presumably pretty boned, um, especially with Dave's infantry arriving as well. And then we have Justin's infantry to the northeast.
Mm.
Like, I think we can pretty easily kind of focus on one guy and defeat him in detail at this point.
Yeah.
But
Are we
obviously
not
it's
worried
units
about
on
the
it.
cavalry out east?
So, I mean, we are. He's gonna have to charge up the hill to get to us. I don't know how quickly he can do that. He also has to. I mean, there's like a tiny little river. I don't think it's gonna slow him down. But you know, the three of us can all kind of take care of this infantry right in front of us, and then focus on the stuff to the right. I don't know. We'll see. What are you gonna end up doing?
Well, Sam's just told me to form up a line at the north and attack north. So that's what I'm going to do as soon as the umpire comes back in.
Gotcha. Are you're like in front of the artillery,
No,
or you're?
my guys are still marching up the road.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so then you'll then kind of turn left and march down
Yeah.
the hill.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
But yeah, I'm not sure who's directly in front of those cannons.
Oh, no one is. It's just the cannons. I was more asking like where you would end up.
Yeah.
But you'll be kind of to the left of the cannons.
So have they got any artillery support behind them, or can we just safely assume that all their artillery is out to the west?
I have not seen any artillery. In the opening moments of the battle, I saw 2 units of cavalry in Seedorf. I fought one of them in the woods of Daiweisen. Like once they came through the woods, I charged them, and I think beat them up pretty badly.
Nice.
But it's the second unit of cavalry that's around to the right. And then once infantry started coming up towards the woods, I came back up here, and that infantry that came through the woods is presumably the one that's right in front of us here.
Gotcha.
It has to be. So the cannons are shooting at them. I'm charging them from the side to try to get them to form a square, and then you're coming in as well. So there's one semi-broken-ish. It was very unclear how beat up they actually are. Unit of enemy cavalry somewhere unaccounted for, but everything else I've seen in this area is currently on the screen.
Nice. Well, I think when my boys are formed up into line, I'll give them one volley and then I'll charge them with the bayonet and we'll see if it sees them off.
Fair enough. Where is what's Sergey doing? Sergey?
Sergey's over near Kippringen in the west.
Ah, he went over there. Okay.
Yeah.
And Alfred is over there as well.
Presumably so. Yeah.
Okay. And do you know what they've seen over there?
Well, there was a bit of musket fire at the start of the game, and then there was a bit of cannon fire as I was walking my way up here. So yeah, they're definitely against some enemy artillery. But yeah, I wasn't sure if they sent all of the artillery out west or not. But yeah, that's why I asked, did they have any artillery support in front of us?
Yeah. I've seen no sign of it yet, so if they do, they've been holding onto it.
Interesting. Okay.
Are turns 5 minutes or 2 minutes? He was uncertain before. Was that ever made clear?
I'm probably guessing 5 minutes.
That was my guess too.
Just simply because of how this is supposed to be a quick fire thing. Oh.
All right, gentlemen. Anada, your cavalry did end up charging, so you're gonna have to go back to your room.
Oh, okay.
And I'll give you some screenshots of what you guys know, but basically whatever discussion you had, you know, but then you had to write off to lead your charge. I'll be back.
Say again, Sam?
Hopefully the charge went well.
Going downhill, one would hope.
Yeah. Because I think if you Colonia game,
Yeah.
with Napoleon and the British. I don't know if you were there, but if you were, since Jan and I think also Sergey, we had used tactic sending to cavalry
Mm-hmm.
and forcing the infantry to form square. And
Yeah.
tend to attack with artillery and infantry.
Yeah.
So I was hoping to see the same success if I were to do the same thing.
Yeah, it's a good way to use them. But sorry if I'm going to be a little bit late in ordering that attack. But hopefully we'll be able to do it. But if not, then they should be at least a little bit battered up and a little bit demoralised from the cavalry charge. And then even if our cavalry is forced back, I doubt they'll have enough morale left in them to stand against a volley and a bayonet charge. Hopefully.
Yeah. I hope Justin can hold on his own.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Because if he buys us enough time for us to defeat the other infantry formation, then we can concentrate on the other force and defeat them in detail.
Certainly.
I hope everything in the west is going well, because if the west falls, then probably we have no other choice to retreat or get encircled.
Yeah, I get you. But I mean, if we think about it logically, if they had 2 cavalry, 2 infantry, and an artillery, and even if they've got 1 more other infantry, it's only going to be out the west, so they wouldn't be able to necessarily cross.
Alright, so let me get you guys a screenshot here. What's your chat channel again, Dave?
It's 4th Mary.
That's someone left out from 4th Maryland.
All right.
Okay, so the basically got the pictures. So
Yeah.
here's what happened. The reason that Madonna had to dash off was that the about a third of the infantry was marching up the hill, formed a square where you see them at. The other 2/3 of it continued to march into the guns. So the guns fired, and then since they didn't form a square, the cavalry charged, and the ones that lived ran away. Meanwhile, now that you've got that, you can see the. So basically, Dave has arrived at the castle with his force.
Sure. So.
And
well,
you can see the enemy force out there. There's some cavalry.
Yeah.
Now downhill to the north, there's infantry facing Justin's force, and then there's a cavalry formation facing Justin's force off to your east.
Sure. Okay. Well, take us up the northern road, and then have us form a double line to the left of the cannons.
All right. So you want Dave's formation to form a line on the left flank.
Yes, please. Yeah, like a double line
Gotcha.
on the left of the cannons. Thank you very much.
Gotcha. All right. Anything else?
Yeah, I want artillery to shoot at the square that is found up.
Artillery to engage a square, okay? All right.
Can I go to Justin?
You're gonna ride over to Justin, okay?
Yes, very quickly.
Okay.
I think Dave, you can handle yourself.
I should hope so.
Dave, Dave, you can actually go in the chat room now with Anadai because he's going to be withdrawing where you're at. So
sure.
You guys can be co-located.
Will do.
And Sam, I'll tell.
Hey, Anadai. I hear it was a mixed bag when it came to your charge.
Yep, sounds like it. So, what's going on now?
So I'm going to be forming up left of the guns, and I guess you, from what the picture says, you managed to make some of those British think twice, and I think we should be in a fairly good position on the left. You've bashed them up a bit, so once my guys are in double line, if the opportunity arises itself, I'm going to attack if it looks okay. But now the fact that they've got a second bunch of horses down there, I'm not so sure.
You can see a lot more than me. I had like a very small and very zoomed in picture
right.
because I was in combat.
Sure.
So you are to the left of the guns right now?
No, my men have just got to the top of the hill, but yeah, in 5 minutes they'll be forming up to the left of the guns, so it should be okay.
So you're on that road, and then you're just gonna basically left face and march next to the guns.
Yep.
What I can see, I think, is that I've just like that enemy infantry formation has basically been reduced to a 3x3 block, and everyone else is like routed or dead.
Yeah.
And then, has your screenshot shown where I am? Am I behind you at this point?
Nah, your horses seem to be running back to where I'm coming from, but I was just.
So we're in a big disordered mess still.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disordered mess, and maybe some of your horses might disrupt my getting into line, but
okay.
we'll take a gamble.
I tried to tell them to kind of like wheel around to the side of you, and then we got into a protracted discussion about whether you can wheel a cluster as opposed to a four. Anyway, that doesn't matter.
Yeah. It'll be fine.
Yeah. So what's going on to the east?
What's going on to the east?
Can
The
you see like Justin? and
Justin
the-
looks like he's stayed where he is.
Okay.
He might have shuffled over to face the east a bit, but yeah, he hasn't been engaged. That's for sure. But yeah, he's just kind of facing off against that cavalry out east. So I think with your charge and my coming out on the left, if they decide to run for our guns, we should have maybe eliminated a regiment, and then this whole kind of defeat them in detail should be okay.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, at this point, if you're going to be up next to Sam's guns and can be targeting those, what's left of the infantry regiment that's coming up from the north, like, he should probably be turning towards the guys to the east at this point, yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of facing off against the infantry coming up the hill a little bit, and
The ones by, like, D3 or whatever?
yeah,
It's like D-I-I-I
Yeah.
or something.
that's the one.
EM?
Yeah.
Yeah, got it. See what happens.
As always, yeah. But yeah, it's been fun sitting in reserve. I think in the last 3 open Saturdays, I've always been at the back of the line. So
Really?
yeah, I think I put myself there so I can come in and try and be
Save
the
the day.
deciding factor. But it never really pans out that way. But yeah, it's a trade-off. As I'm
Yeah.
involved in a lot in other games and stuff. So yeah.
I've not done one of these before. The only
Oh, this is your first one?
yeah,
Oh, nice.
the only Kriegsspiel thing I've really done is I'm in the D-Day thing that's going on.
Oh, what corps are you in?
I'm in the 82nd.
Oh, nice. Well, I best not talk to you too much then.
Are you a German?
No, I'm 30 corps. I'm the guys trying to ride to your
Oh.
rescue.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, making
Yeah,
sure
well,
that
we can't talk about that then, but
yeah, but yeah, making sure that 7th Armoured reaches you.
yeah.
But that's good.
No, we're having a pretty good time, so.
Oh, that's nice. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's going to be a hell of a long day for you guys.
Yeah, well, we've been playing for like a month at this point.
Yeah, I think you have. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. Everyone else is just landing, and it's like, oh wait. Okay. Like the actual June 6th, like snuck up on me. I was like, oh wait a minute.
Yeah.
Because I just kind of like assumed the plan was to land at like 6:30,
Hmm.
which would have been like historical, and just had like no idea that was not the case.
Yeah.
Like I didn't think we were gonna make it. It was at 5:30.
But certainly a fun experience trying to manage the biggest core of the game. Trying to get my guys to.
Yeah, I was just putting all the cores into different like saved objects the other day. Like I remember yours is like huge.
Yeah, I got 5 divisions. Yeah, why Carter decides to give me the biggest guys? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, it's a fun experience though. You know, I mean, my orders to my divisions, although we tried to keep it as simple as we could, it was 35 pages long. Yeah, lots of phases and things that we wanted to do, and then if they ever got lost or didn't hear from me, then they could just follow the script as it was, and just follow the major plan, and it was all there ready and pretty much timed for them. to do. But as they say though, no plan lasts contact with the enemy. So we'll have to see how
Exactly,
things.
yeah. Well, they also say plans are nothing and planning's everything. So
Yes, that was. It was Eisenhower that said that, wasn't it?
yeah, Ike, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a fan of both of those books. That's definitely an era where I have a better grasp of the, strategy and tactics involved.
Hmm.
So this is interesting for me, but I feel like it's relatively straightforward.
Yeah, I'm sure it will go quick. I mean, I've been in the Chancellorsville one since November. It's died.
Oh man,
Yeah,
November.
yeah. That's another one that Carter's running. Yeah, he was running the Chancellorsville kind of campaign, and yeah, there's a lot of us in that. And I helped run the Red versus Blue campaign, so that's fun. And I think that's next weekend, and I'm missing that battle, unfortunately. But yeah, that'll be a fun one.
Yeah, that's like it's like a fictional setting, right?
Yeah, it's a fictional setting with a number of different nations, and people are kind of playing foreign ministers and kings and stuff like that, and generals and senators, and then this kind of country that's supposed to represent France is going through a bit of a tough time due to the players that are playing within it. Honestly,
It's like a Napoleonic era kind of thing as well.
yeah, it's a Napoleonic era, and Marshall picked some very strong characters that like to stab each other in the back and couldn't necessarily work together to their detriment. But yeah, it's fun.
Is this is the end of the campaign? This one that's coming up.
So it's the end of the year. So they started in 1804, and that kind of finished last Christmas, and then we moved into 1805, and then we got into October in 1805, and then it looked like the campaign was reaching a natural kind of endpoint, and then we're in a month or two, we're starting 1806. Yeah, where there's going to be maybe a few new countries and a few new kind of things introduced. The economics will get kind of sorted out a little bit better as countries, we're trying to spawn all manner of weapons and things, and we were kind of left to say, well, hang on, how are they kind of affording this and stuff, but yeah, the next few years, if the campaign continues and continues in a good kind of pace and gets more interesting, you wonder how not France is going to look in 10 years. Can they pull it back from the brink, because it's pretty just much a war-torn mess.
Is it a little bit of like a France versus the world kind of thing?
Not necessarily. They had a civil war, and the surrounding powers, the surrounding powers kind of put their thumbs in where they could in supporting different factions, and then different factions kind of swapped and tried to work out dodgy deals between themselves, and a lot of backstabbing. Meanwhile, these other powers had their own kind of domestic things that they needed to sort out as well, in order to give them the capacity to wage war. And then it just kind of all came to like a dramatic kind of Treaty of Versailles type of situation, only the two combatants don't really want to acknowledge it, so they're kind of keeping on fighting in next Saturday's game. So yeah, it's a crazy one because I think there's about 30 players.
So, and you said it started in 1802. How long's it been going, like, in real life?
About a year. Yeah, and I helped run the 1805. I kind of got, first I was just a postman and just kind of giving people their messages, but then Marshall decided he wanted to play, and then I had to kind of step up a bit and manage it as best as I could. But yeah, it's been fun.
Cool. Oh, we just got a screenshot. I don't know if you did.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Excellent.
All right, gentlemen. So sent you the screenshot.
Good.
So basically, the for your guys' front, Dave's infantry did arrive online, and your cavalry is able to move behind to reform there. The infantry continued on to, or no, I'm sorry, the enemy cavalry that charged into the guns in the left flank of Justin's force. It's on your guys' right. They were able to form square. So the cavalry was repulsed. The artillery took a little bit of a hit, and now the enemy is coming up the right side. There was another cavalry charge that broke off from the squares, but the enemy infantry is coming up from the northeast there.
Right.
And the artillery fired into that square, and it broke it up a bit. So, you guys have any orders right now?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you go first.
Okay. Yep. We're gonna these wagons. These are like supply wagons of some sort.
Yeah, the ones behind there. Yeah. Yeah, the ones you've got behind your.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are yours. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I think those are private for the guns, and the infantry ones are still. I don't see them. They're probably on the road somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah. Dave's infantry wagons are still moving up the road behind the. Yeah, they'll show up behind the cavalry at some point.
Right. Gonna focus on reforming, and once we do, I'm gonna kind of head like southeast around the woods. That's to the southeast of Gut Hollenheit or whatever. With the intent of hopefully either countercharging the cavalry if they come on Justin's infantry, or waylaying them from getting into our rear.
All right, so your plan is basically reform and then move around the left flank.
It would be our right flank, I believe, but yes.
So you want to? Oh, you want to move? To the other cavalry that broke off the charge. Gotcha. I see what you're saying.
The ones
now,
on the bottom right of that screen.
Yeah, the ones on the east. You want to move to the east. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So you want to move to the east and support that flank. That makes sense. Gotcha now. All right. And Dave, you got anything?
Forward march. Give them a volley, and that's my orders.
All right. So you want to advance on the enemy infantry.
Advance and give them a volley. Yeah.
All right.
Right. I will see you later then if you're riding off, and I'll go back up to Blue 3. Good luck.
Later, mate.
So, we're going in. and hopefully this will see them off. But does make us maybe a little bit vulnerable from the cavalry coming in, but hopefully with the cannons focused on the cavalry here, that will hopefully send them off, and yeah, we'll do it. That'll do it. We'll take the field. Get some action at the final end. But all depends on whether this cavalry gets shot off by the cannons here. Yeah, man, he's going out eastwards. Wonder how that's going to look as these guys are ventured over here. It's looking kind of interesting. I wonder if they've had any news from the west. Let's have a look and see if there's anything in here. No, it's just in the unencrypted radio bit. No worries. Thought there was going to be something in there that we need to pay attention to for D-Day, but maybe not. Ooh, I don't know if we're going to win this one. Yeah, if they've got some of their cavalry intact over here, and we haven't. Oof, it could be pretty rough. Yeah, says he's got a square there, and then these boys kind of in line. It's going to be rough. Well, these guys are facing backwards.
Are you?
Hey Sam.
Yeah, alright. So I see you formed up again.
Yeah, I've just ordered my boys in for a musket volley. And that should see that regiment on the left off. And then afterwards, if that goes well, what I might be able to do is kind of wheel and put myself on that road facing that cav. But then, if your artillery is focusing on their cav, it might be okay.
Yeah. My artillery is focusing on the cavalry right now.
Nice. I think we might have won this.
Yeah, but as of now, I think enemy infantry is routing because I have shot at the square.
Right.
And then we got charged by the cavalry, and we shot canister shots on them, and they also retreated. Like, I think the northern flank is done for.
Nice.
So probably you don't need to shoot at them. You can just charge in and wipe them off.
Well,
So probably you are better off if you charge.
well, I mean, it's I ordered them to give the volley first, but yeah, we'll see. And but I mean, if they're already routing, then I mean they might not get a chance to shoot, and then what I'll just have to do is just kind of wheel.
Yeah, I think after that, I will redirect the artillery to shoot at the infantry that is still up.
Yeah.
Canister shots, and you can then just wheel
Sweep rounds. Yeah.
to protect the flank of the artillery.
Nice one.
Because I think they will probably not recover before the end of the battle.
Nah.
But I really hope the western flank is still holding.
I hope so, but I mean, if it was more or less a fair fight, they should only really have, at best, their artillery and one more infantry regiment.
Yeah, but I
You
think
would hope.
artillery here is really deadly.
Yeah.
So if they get in close, they are probably not in for a good time.
I'm sure Alfred and Sergei have it covered. Ooh. This might even be the last turn if Justin holds.
Yeah, probably, since they only have two fighting units that are still capable of doing something.
Yeah.
And if the infantry is gone, then the cavalry can beat us on their own.
That's right.
But overall, we did a good job, I think. Like, we defeated them in detail. And I think also the tactical decisions were also crucial.
Oh, good job, man.
Because
I mean, you orchestrated it.
Yeah, because I learned from the last game how to use cavalry properly with combined arms.
Yeah.
Because if you do that, that's really devastating for the enemy.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
So that's also a reason why I disagreed with Sergei on only taking infantry and the artillery.
Yeah.
Even though cavalry got beaten, they still accomplished their job.
Yeah.
thing I find interesting is that the cavalry, they don't need to have to be many units to force the infantry to form squares, because they are afraid of a charge of them because of of the shock effect they have
Yeah.
and the effect on the morale. So I think my most the unit that I like the most in Kriegsspiel and in general is cavalry.
Well, I think you need to have a portrait done of yourself in a hussar's uniform or something like that.
Yeah.
Never one to just to sit still, Mr. Miller.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Are you working on any new games, or are you on the Avalonia campaign right now?
Because of the goings on with this big battle that's supposed to be happening next weekend, I have kind of put a pause to some reports for October, and I was just kind of going to wait until after the battle to give people some kind of end campaign report. I think that would probably be better. And then I guess it's just going to be on to 1806 in a month or two, and and then we'll have to see what you're going to do down in Justinia with this little settlement that you're setting up.
Yeah, but since who was it again? Lime, like since he signed a treaty which gives Britannia to Leeton.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I will not give it to him today, because I didn't travel 6 months in game to get there, and then to just say I have to leave and search something new.
That's fair enough. Yeah, if you want to be some kind of rogue general. But yeah, I mean, yeah, you got. I mean, I suppose it depends on how big this island is supposed to be. I mean, we said it was like not Australia, right? But I mean, how big are we going to make it? You know, because you could be hundreds of miles away.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. So as you advance, as your formation advances, you can see in the picture the enemy forces are basically dispersed in front of you. Your artillery is firing. There's not really the enemy is withdrawing in front of your infantry advance.
Withdrawing. Okay. Nice. Would you like me to continue to chase them off, Sam, or do you want me just to wheel round still?
Yeah, I want you to wheel around.
Sure thing. Okay.
Because probably I will send just the cavalry to the screen, this flank.
Okay.
Okay, so what are you guys going to do?
So I'm going to order my line to wheel round to the east.
All right, you're going to head east towards in front of your guns, or?
Yeah, that's the only way we can really do it. Yeah, in front of the guns.
Yes, I'll march across.
Yeah.
And for the guns, I want them to also wheel to the right and shoot at the infantry. That is
Okay, so the guns are to engage to the east now.
Yep.
All right. Are you guys staying together, or are you gonna go back apart?
I think we are going to stay together.
Okay.
But yeah, about Justinia. Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends on, you know, how big this island is and how big they want to make it, because, you know, as you say, you've landed and made a settlement. You know, do you want to give it up due to this treaty? Do you want to go rogue and, you know, seize as much land as you can on one side of this island or continent or whatever it's going to be?
Basically, I have a big plan coming up, and
Oh.
I also I think I also talked with Amelia that commands the army.
Uh-huh.
She said that she doesn't mind if I stay there, so she sided with me basically.
Cool.
And yeah, and I also didn't like how Lime is handling the Republicans, because I think they are hindering our country to work properly.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's too lenient.
It's too soft.
He's too soft. So probably I was planning to maybe return to Blowish
Nice.
and plan a coup to take over and like create an empire or a military junta and create a institution, but like an institution that gives me all the power. So at the same time I can maybe satisfy the Republicans, but like at a way that I am in power
Uh-huh.
and like create a fake senate, but that has no power, just for the show, for the people.
Yeah. That sounds good, man. Just hop on the boat and come back to the Blaureich, and we'll have you back by spring in in 1806.
Yeah, because
Springtime
the
for
game,
Miller. That's what we'll call it.
yeah, because I think Gleason has no claim on Justania, because like if they wanted it, they already would have sent some some settlers there.
Yeah.
Because one tradesman has seen this land, and now they want it.
Are you in next Saturday's game as well, or?
Yeah, probably. But I have to. I think I will help Jan, like as a general.
Okay.
But I still have to contact him.
I think all of his slots are full up. I think last time I knew, but I mean, maybe they might have a dropout. I don't know.
Yeah, if not, I just have to wireless.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to miss it because I've got stuff to do next Saturday. But no, it's going to be a fun game, I reckon.
Yeah, like I'm not sure, but if Jan wins and Vermilion becomes a republic, like a true republic again, I think many people will not be happy about it. Especially our alliance, like
Yeah.
I forgot the name, but like where Blue Rays, Sakina, and the Southern Duchy are in.
Yeah.
They will probably not let this happen.
Well, dudes, I mean, yeah, I mean, I know, yeah, I mean, you being so far away, I mean, you have no idea what's going on in the Southern Duchy at the moment either. They're caving to the Republicans too.
Yeah, I heard that, which I'm not happy about since till other points, since I think they changed points like players.
Yeah.
And the new one wanted more independence than the old one.
Yeah.
Which I didn't find very pleased. I wasn't pleased with.
Yeah.
Since I'm not in charge, I'm just in charge of the Navy. I couldn't say much.
Sure. No, it's.
But I'm not sure. I don't know what the situation is there right now.
But yeah, there's some fun stuff going on in the Southern Duchy. That's for sure. We had some great fun. Yeah, because I know there was only 2 of them. So we weren't too hard, but they did cave in to a lot of demands. I wasn't even going to do anything. But yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, I think there are too many players that just give in too soon.
Yeah. Yeah, there was certainly a few of them in the game. Same in Zarkina as well. The Chaos players there didn't really do much, and then I had to play I was playing the Chaos faction for both the Southern Duchy, Outmark, and Zarkina. Simply because the Chaos players caved in, and you just think, well, yeah, it's just going to be too easy for those countries, so we had to invent new challenges as ones fell away. Yeah, so I had to kind of conjure up all these things, and before Ikius took over, I was playing the St. Praha Council as well, so I was kind of playing 4 Chaos factions as well as umpiring.
Oh, that sounds tiring a little bit.
Yeah, it was a handful, but I mean, it was only really to make things a challenge, because the like you say, players they caved in too quickly.
Oh, like are the KS players like all Republicans or?
Most of them, yeah, most of them were Republican in some kind of form.
Oh, I could imagine like someone doing a coup in Sakina, like to Decemberist in Russia.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's always a possibility. But at the same time, yeah, you could only really manage one war at a time. Vermilion and all the mess that caused was enough.
Yeah. But also I want to do a coup to redeem our reputation. Since after the October War.
Yeah.
And I know I did ad management since I burned a city. But overall, I think the blame is not only on me for the loss.
But you did what you had to do, right? Yeah, it was war, and in war, necessarily the rules sometimes need to be broken.
Yeah. I think we can talk later.
Oh.
Let's make sure no man is left behind. We gotta bring Ed and I up. All right, I think I have everyone. Everyone here?
Yep.
Yep. All right, there we go. Okay. All right. So it looks like Red has taken the position. They've taken the position.
What?
Could someone try and live stream?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and live stream.
Thank you.
If I can, there we are. All right, so Mark, can you mute so we don't get double audio just briefly? All right, perfect. Okay, so Red has taken the King's little castle or whatever, and let's see if anybody wants to join the room. Who's the Red commander?
That'd be Felix.
It was Felix, right?
Yep, Felix.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was yes.
Go ahead and join the Empire table, Felix, and the envelope has the secret.
No, it was me who took the building.
Yeah, but it's really to the Red
What's the server
Commander in
name?
Chief
And password?
to promote. The password's lowercase IKS.
What's the server name?
Kriegsspiel or whatever, or Reeswitz, whatever. I don't know what it is. It's
Yeah, Kriegsspiel Reiswitz D6 or D6 Reiswitz.
yeah. I didn't name it for some reason. Well, okay. All right. Well,
The
there
secret's
you.
not a Rickroll, is it?
No,
Oh
no.
my god, please no. Please no.
All right. What is the king's secret that so many men have died for?
I have a
Let's
theory.
see.
Oh, it's a recipe.
What is this? What
You
is-
have a theory, yes, but I don't think it's true, mate.
Ah!
The recipe.
Chicken salad? Oh.
Potatoes,
God.
onions, celery. Hard to read. I think it's
It's potato salad with
Hmm.
raisins.
Ew.
Ew.
What?
Add extra
Are you
raisins
kidding
for the
me?
kings.
That's
that-
that's what we died for.
That's what you guys died for. Well, all right. Well, let's go ahead and recap from the battle. That's
It's time for
horrible.
revolution.
That's
Okay, Theo, this is the time for us to shoot each other in the yard. Let's go.
Oh yeah, can we have a duel? Quickly duel. We agreed on having a duel after the battle.
All right.
Oh,
Can
yeah?
somebody roll a die? 4, 5, 6 is him. 1, 2, 3 is
Yeah,
me.
2 rolls, please.
okay. All right. Who wants red and who wants blue? And where we?
I'll be blue.
All right. Here we are. And what's
Right
the
in
result?
building.
What's the result? Where are the
High,
commanders?
high roll wins.
Roll,
All right.
roll the
Who's shooting at each other?
Scout is Scout, me, and
Theo.
the commander of the Yellow Cavalry. And Theo, yes.
Skelt's avatar. Oh, there he is. Skelt versus who?
Hero, the commander of the yellow army, red. Of the green boys.
Where is he at?
Oh, I
Theo.
took the building! Like, I took the main building.
That's Croxer up there.
I'm looking for a
In
Theo.
You're talking about Adonai.
Is this
the
it
green
here?
cavalry?
Here we go. Here, we'll just say this is him. All right,
Yes,
there we
right
go.
here.
So it's Theo versus Skelt.
Yes.
All right, this is very strange, but all right.
And after looking at that recipe, we decided
Yes.
one of us has to go.
You see,
All
we
right.
have a very troubled relationship. You wouldn't
Aim.
understand.
Yes! What?
Grazes a leg.
I don't know. Did you guys miss? Did you both miss?
I guess so.
Is that the highest number?
Probably a
No.
grazing shot on Theo.
Yes. Yes.
No,
All right,
no,
all right.
I would agree with that. I think you have lost the duel.
No, wait. What do you mean?
No.
Let's hear the recap. Let's not.
Go ahead and debrief. Okay.
Next time. Next
Alright.
time.
He drew
Oh,
blood, so
um,
honor is satisfied.
right. So let's go ahead and debrief. So the purpose of this scenario was to do something really kind of different. We didn't do everything that I kind of had envisioned, but I'm kind of I kind of had this whole elaborate thing. But I think it worked really, really well using the miniatures. They weren't as fiddly as I was worried they would be. I was worried it was just going to be an absolute mess across the table. On the contrary, the use of the miniatures allowed us to kind of depict like disorganized formations, things, things that we couldn't normally depict just using blocks. So in some way they were better. We were also able to peel off individual blocks to reflect losses, so that we had some units like this one here on the left that are just reduced to a fraction
Jesus.
of their original size.
Ouch.
Which is almost ahistorically bloody, by the way, but it worked out really, really well. So I was pretty pleased with the use of miniatures and everything here. The general idea was for red and blue to struggle or contend over this castle here or whatever here in the center, and blue. No, it was red. Red was the defender. No, blue was the defender. Blue decided to defend here, as well as up along these ridges, and they had an advance guard here. Red, of course, pushed in, and let me get some nice red here. And red pushed this way. They actually wanted to deploy further south, but blue gave orders to deploy here at the same time red did, and I guess I got a formation there like a second or two first, I don't know, but we let blue keep this advanced position, even though that wasn't quite in the original. Red pushed through here, and they pushed around here to pincher blue. I really thought blue was going to win it. Blue had reinforcements here, which went this way and eventually up here and this way. These forces over here were defeated in detail by red, simply because, first of all, Lord Hugs got some very lucky die rolls early on. He was able to
Love to roll them die, baby.
yeah, he was able to hit the enemy more than they were able to hit him in return. So that was kind of a big deal. And eventually he charged them and he won the charge. They had already been weakened by, being hit by several volleys. So Alfred's infantry had to fall back. Then I think it was Sergei came up and over. He came up and over this way here, like that. And wanted at some point, I think, to turn left and do this, but the order didn't happen. He never actually gave that order. He gave the order help Alfred. It's a simple error, and again, this is where the pressure of time that we're putting you guys under really does make a difference. I was wondering if that was going to make a difference, and I think in this case it did. I think if Sergei had time to consider and give the order or alter the order, he would have given exactly the order that he intended. However, I don't think that either scenario would have made much of a difference. He was pretty much badly outnumbered. He was facing a large battery of guns. He was facing Hugs' men, which although those men were tired, Sergei double-quicked his men to help his companion, which was a wonderful sacrifice that he made. I'm like it's really cool that he did that, but it was too costly. The men got tired. I don't advise that you double-quick your men except in the most urgent situations, but to him this was an urgent situation. He really wanted to help his companion, so personally I can't criticize that too much. I respect that, even though it didn't pay off. He ended up getting kind of sandwiched between Felix's artillery and Hugs's infantry, which countercharged him. Even though his charge did connect with Felix's artillery, the artillery got very lucky on the die roll. They rolled 2 3s instead of 4 5s or 6s, which would have destroyed some of the guns. So the guns actually survived, which anyway, it's the dice. In any case, Sergei, just got hammered by canister and then Hugs' countercharge, which landed. And I feel really bad because Sergei he made a very noble effort. Anyway, let's come back over here on the right. Dave showed up. We had some issues. It was quite a dance over here on the right. I'm going to let the umpires who ran the right kind of talk about that. I didn't run it so much, so I don't want to talk about it or comment too much about it. So, Peter, you were the scenario designer, and you also put this module together. The fact of the matter is Peter did about 95% of the work for this scenario, so please thank and congratulate Peter for his excellent job. Peter, go ahead, I'm done.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Peter.
I wonder if Peter's AFK. Peter's got a lot going on the home front. He might have had to step away. While we wait for Peter, I'm going to go ahead and hand it to Mark, and I'll mute myself. Go ahead, Mark.
All right, so yeah, the right side was fairly interesting. There was kind of an interesting cavalry duel with the down there in the near the lake there, where
Yes.
the cavalry came through the forest and then charged, and they retreated, and then the infantry came through, and so the cavalry retreated back up to the castle. Now at this point, as Marshall was saying, it kind of looked like Blue was in a good position because they had forces deployed off to the east there. They had the reserves still available that wasn't sent west, and then they had a good position around the castle. Just to fast forward, summarize, what seemed to end up happening was the Blue forces got so intoxicated by their success in the center, which normally following up on your wins is a good move to rout the enemy. The problem was that there were still large formations attacking a weakened infantry formation that was holding the right flank, and the cavalry that the blue side had wasn't able to get over to that right flank in time. I think it was even the cavalry commander's initiative to do that. I don't think the commander ordered it, although I could be wrong. But I think he just decided to go over there himself and do it because the supreme commander had ridden off with the effort to rout the enemy center. And so as a result, what happened was even though they didn't have artillery, there was still something like a combined arms attack on that one infantry, Justin's infantry unit there on the east side. Because there was a choice. Either the cavalry would charge, so they formed square, and then the infantry charged. So the first cavalry was from the north there was broken up because they saw the square, so they broke off their charge, but then the guns were able to fire on them. But that allowed the infantry to continue its advance, and the other cavalry that came from the east broke off their attack, but they were still formed. They just didn't charge home, and then let the infantry go to work on the squares. So then the blue infantry tried to reform into line and anchor their flank on the woods so that the cavalry would be disrupted, charge them. So the cavalry, seeing them trying to reform, immediately ready for a charge again. So the infantry went back into square, and the problem was that the other infantry that could have helped had ridden off to rout the center forces of the enemy. The guns were still firing north. They hadn't shifted their fire to the east yet. And then the final thing was that the forces were able to rout the red forces were able to rout the blue infantry they kind of were collected in the woods there. But the cavalry commander. The blue cavalry commander assessed the situation, and instead of screening his infantry to allow them to rally and reform, he decided to move around to the north and try to do a flank attack, which doomed that infantry because then the cavalry is sitting right there to cut them up in the woods. So, and the infantry moves on the castle. The guns are going to fire on them, but they'll be in the castle and complete the raid, whether or not they could hold the castle, but that wasn't really their objective anyway. So that's kind of how it went.
Yes.
Peter, are you with us now, Peter? Go ahead, Peter.
I am. I'll say what he said, basically, because that was quite a lot. But I'll just say we were trying a bunch of new things here today, so. Yeah, I guess we need to refine them, but generally speaking, it went pretty well. We probably could have done with a couple of more umpires, just to make it a little bit less stressful and smoother. But I think generally speaking, it went pretty well from the mechanics point of view.
Yeah, I was really pleased with it, and I agree. Yeah, a couple more umpires would have been perfect. And Peter, we sang your praises because, again, you get credit for putting all of this together as well as coming up with the scenario. I want to thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I'm probably going to go to sleep after this, so yeah, it's fine.
All right, Achilles, you helped to umpire thank you for coming in to help us out. Achilles, do you have some comments for the players or any kind of critique or anything?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank y'all for suffering through my climb up the learning curve. It was, I really...
It was fine. It was fine.
I hope I didn't throw anybody off their game there. Actually, I think the scenario was great. It was really quick paced. It's a good, it's a good basis for one. As far as, yeah, I mean that's pretty much all I could critique as far as the scenario itself is concerned. The mechanics are interesting. I think they with a little more thought, they probably have a couple of things to add to it. But other than that, it worked really well. As I said, I enjoyed the pace. It was fun. I had a great time doing this. Something I've always wanted to do. So, thank you all.
Thank you, Achilles. Okay, let's go to Sam. Sam, what do you have to share with us? Go ahead.
Well, yeah. So pretty much, yeah. Since I tried to do an active defense, like attack the enemy and not just waiting for them to take the initiative. But I did deploy Alfred in the west as sort of an forward defensive line. But yeah, I think he and Sergio did the job of holding off the enemy there, because I didn't plan on doing anything in the west. I just wanted them to hold them off. Even though they got routed by Otto's time, or the rest of us to try and defeat the red. But I think we could have won. I don't know what happened at the end, because like we ordered our artillery to also face east and the infantry from Dave. Not sure. But anyways, I didn't expect like Justin's infantry to just rout in one round of combat with the cavalry and infantry. But yeah, if you want, I can explain how we defeated the red infantry and cavalry in the north. So basically, some of you remember the Coruña game. I just did the same thing, like sending the cavalry first in, and then shooting the infantry squares with artillery, and sending the infantry in, like with combined arms. And I think that's also another reason why I didn't take only infantry with artillery, because I wanted to do that. So yeah, pretty much. It's unfortunate that we lost, but yeah, we couldn't be everywhere, I think, since they had one cavalry command more than us. Yeah.
All right. Well, good job, Sam. I think you guys did fine, considering all the things that were going on. Felix, then you're in charge of Red. What do you have to say?
Well, I was nominally in charge of Red. So basically, we decided that we wanted to, because we had the option to also deploy in the west, and we wanted to take that option because I thought that attacking from Seedorf is historically difficult on this map. And we saw that it might be good to have the artillery there, to get it up onto the hill that overlooks the Hohenhof. And at the same time, we kind of decided that the commander should have the artillery, so that meant that I ended up in over there in the east, in the west. Sorry, which in hindsight was probably a little bit stupid because it meant that I was basically cut off from the main force for most of the time. Luckily, we had Lake. We had decided that Lake should be in charge locally there, and so I think I will probably let him talk a little bit about how everything went, because our plan obviously didn't survive contact with the enemy, as it usually doesn't. And yeah, I think what happened in the west was described already, so not much to say there.
All right, Lake, go on ahead. What do you got?
Lake had to go on and said, put his apologies on the text.
Okay, no problem. All right. I'm going to go with the player of the day and ask that person what they thought. That would be me. No, I'm sorry. This time, unfortunately, it's Lord Hugs from my perspective.
Finally, dude. I've been waiting for that for how long now?
Oh my god. Nothing pains me more than to pay you any kind of a compliment. But go ahead.
Oh, man. See, the enemy forgot in the west that they were fighting Lord Hugs, okay? Like, that's just suicide. Nah, but for real, Felix and I are like an absolute power combo together. Like, we do pretty well. Really, what won us was the fact that we could fix the enemy with the artillery and then have the infantry get around them. That's honestly like what we were doing. And one comment I'd like to make on the system is I think that units rally way too quickly, because when we were described how, and through our screenshots, when Alfred fell back, it was described as a complete rout, and I'm not exactly sure that you can recover that many men from a complete rout in 30 minutes, but I don't know, may have just been a little oversight with this system, but overall it was really fun.
Well, I mean, that's your perspective that we're giving you. That's what you perceive, but what really happens might not be what you perceive. So in other words, an umpire might tell you the enemy routes, but that might not be what's really happening. That might be a perception.
Well, they got shut out by canister regiment infantry. They lost like a bunch of people, and then they got charged. So I mean, I think it's safe to say that it'd take them a second to recover. But moving on past that, if blue,
I was going to say, did you see them re-enter the battle? No.
They were about to.
Maybe, but you didn't. In any case, continue.
Yeah, I think blue, if they had coordinated their attack together, we probably would have gotten our behinds handed to us in the west, anyways. Now, as far as communication goes, we sent like a message, received a message, and that was about it for communication between both flanks. So that definitely could have improved significantly. We had no idea what was going on in the east, and they more than likely had no idea what was going on in the west. So these were basically two separate battles.
Yes, they were.
But overall, we kind of achieved what we wanted to do after we realized we weren't going to be able to do our primary goal, which was to draw as many blue troops over here as possible and keep them busy, which is what
it almost worked.
It did work.
Well, it almost worked in that you almost drew off more troops. Initially, I thought Dave was going to head west, and then I thought that was going to crush you guys in the west, but he ended up going east, which saved them from, what would have been certain defeat. But anyway, all right, good job. Okay, let's see here. Let's start going on down the list. Alfred, what do you have, man? What do you want to say? Alfred was on the receiving end of Lord Hugs' attack.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I played Kriegsspiel, but this has been a very fast-paced game.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, definitely being the one who's being attacked by artillery wasn't the best experience, but it was fun.
Good.
And a learning experience.
Wonderful. Very good. Okay. Adonai, you were running, I think, cavalry? what were you running? You were running cavalry. Where I don't remember. Adnai, go ahead. What do you have?
This was the first time I had done this, or really any Kriegsspiel other than the D-Day thing that's going on right now. So it was pretty cool. I think overall it was good. I didn't think there was really many issues with, like, I don't know, dissonance with the situation. Other than, I guess, at the end there, not really realizing that they just needed to touch it and that was it. But no, I was quite happy with the whole thing.
Very good. Okay, let's see here. Dave, what do you have?
Yeah, I mean, I spent most of my game in reserve, but yeah, I was happy that I kind of got to at least give them one volley and see the guys off. But yeah, it was an interesting experience. But I probably agree with you that you might need a few more umpires, because I can appreciate that there was a lot of players in this one. So maybe play it again with like a 2-to-1 umpire ratio, and it might move ever so slightly more quicker. But yeah, but other than that, I thought it was pretty fun, and it was funny at the end with the recipe, because I spent a little time going through a recipe book here waiting for turns. So yeah, that was quite funny.
Wonderful. Okay, let's see here. We already talked to Felix. Justin, go ahead, Justin.
I had a fairly concise game. I was advancing, then retreating, trying to fall back and move back into the strong point. One good turn where my line managed to form square in time to repulse 2 simultaneous cavalry charges on each flank. But yeah, in the end we were overwhelmed by combined arms before my men could obey my orders to pull back and use the forest to guard their flank. Good game, quick game. Thanks for setting it up, and thanks for running.
All right, wonderful. Okay, let's see here. We don't need to hear from Lord Hugs again. Let's see.
You sure?
Von Skellington. Skelt, what do you have?
Right. So I think actually I would make the case that it was actually 3 separate battles that took place, because basically from the beginning we marched a bit off from Lake's column, right? And I was there with Thiel, and it was 1 infantry and 1 cavalry unit, and we basically had the entire game together, which was a very interesting experience. And
we had some theories about what's going to be in the building. We had some theories.
Yeah, and also, yeah. So we basically had no contact to anyone, right? We had no idea what was going on. We just marched. We found that one, which turned out to be Justin's infantry regiment. We took it out, and I guess kind of achieved the objective in doing that, which was very funny. But yeah, I'm very happy with the game. That was very fun.
Very good. Okay. And then we have Sergey. Now, Sergey doesn't have a mic, so he wrote his impressions. I'll read it. The strategy, I felt that our defense strategy was imperfect. We wanted to implement active defense by counterattacking, but we didn't have sufficient counterattacking force, and it was problematic to do so, or to do this, around a static position. We brought too many attacking assets, cavalry, instead of artillery, plus the speed of the game didn't help a sophisticated counterattacking strategy either. 2 units of ours did not participate in the defense of the castle, being some far away near Krippingen. We were spread out too far, didn't have a solid counterattacking strategy, didn't use the advantages of our defensive position. We had to defend tighter with artillery support with 2 batteries. The mechanics. I ordered a flanking attack against the enemy. Oh, he's saying that I did perfect. Okay. No.
Yeah, I did perfect.
Let me go ahead. The mechanics. I ordered a flanking attack against the enemy attacking Krippingen on turn 3 and we reached the enemy artillery only by turn 8, even though I ordered to move at double speed for 2 turns. Also, after turn 7, during a single turn, Hugs' men covered as much ground as I covered on double speed for 2 turns. That would not be accurate. Maybe I got a wrong impression and I didn't read the distances correctly, but this is the impression I got, that the speed of my infantry was too slow. Artillery showed its devastating potential against my units. Too bad that it wasn't used by us with 2 batteries. Ultimately, my maneuver couldn't have any significance anyway, as my force was moving away from the target instead of protecting it as it was falling, as I found out during the debrief. It was strange not to receive dispatches during the battle, only a voice order from Sam given by an umpire. In general, I am not sure what to think about this mechanic. Right now, I'd probably prefer the old one. So Sergey, this is being live streamed, so I hope you go back to YouTube and watch the live stream, and then you'll see. And then see what you think, and feel free to also give commentary on that. That'd be welcome. Okay.
Can I add to something on this?
Go ahead, Sam. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we couldn't just buy infantry and artillery, since we could only buy the units that were on the table, I think, and that's why we didn't buy 2 artillery. But also about the strategy, like about the western side, I only wanted like forward defense to know from which side they are attacking, and like you and Alfred, I only sent you there to buy us time to defeat the red in the east, like north. But yeah, but like we almost had them, I would say.
Not quite.
All right. Theo, last but not least, what do you have, Theo?
Not much to say, honestly. I took the building, I took the recipe. I had a theory of what could it be in the building. And Skelt, do you remember what the description was? Do you remember?
I remember it, yes.
So I will not say the details, because we went into details, really deep details. But I thought it would be a portrait of Marshall being naked, and I was disappointed.
Yeah, like an etching, I think is what we thought it was, right?
Oh my gosh!
Like
You guys have to sign up for the secret IKS website for that.
And the link.
I'll send the link, huh?
The only Marshall, or what?
Get access to our uncut, unedited version of the debrief.
We
All
had
the
a
spoofs.
We had a deal, if it was a portrait, burn it. So it won't exist.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense though that a couple people be fighting over it though. It makes a lot of sense. All right. All right. Well, anyway, I want to thank you all for being here. It was an exciting experience, certainly for us umpires. Again, if you have further commentary or thoughts as you think about this throughout the day or two, go ahead and post them in the AAR section of the Discord or anywhere else. Gentlemen's or general chat, whatever is fine. Anything we can use as feedback to make this experience better. Let me know what you thought, if you liked using the miniatures, if you'd rather just use blocks, what your opinions are, and we'll take that into consideration as we develop new scenarios. Thank you all for being here, and I will see you on the next adventure. Thanks all. Bye-bye.
Honestly, Marshall, I thought you were joking when you said that we were going to use miniatures.
Yeah?
Like, Marshall, miniatures? What? Oh, we can't be playing with dolls. We can't have that here.
Yeah, I actually don't hate him. It's a joke. It's a joke rivalry. It's fake.
Okay.
I have no actual legitimate problem with their use.
Well, there you have it. We thought we were going to win, and they managed to get the recipe book. But yeah, it's just strange how we were reading recipes live stream, and it just so happens that a recipe was actually in the castle. I mean, look at that. You can't write this shit, and that's why playing games like this on Open Saturday are what it is. It's a strange situation out in the West. Kind of sucks that they didn't work as together as well as we thought, but I mean, I guess they were up against another block of cavalry and infantry as well as artillery. That, yeah, that's no good. But yeah, and then I guess Red got lucky, got very lucky. But most of these boys from the 4th and the 5th look like they're going to be making it home at least. So yeah, that's a win in my book. But thank you very much for watching, and if you catch it at a later date, give it a thumbs up, give it a thumbs down. It wasn't the most exciting one today, but anything can happen, and that's why we play. So see you on the next one, ladies and gents. Thanks for watching.